What's up, everybody? Jester here. We are back in the long dark. We are going to go after the cougar tonight after our utter and ridiculous failure the other night. Not in fighting the cougar, but in just damn near dying and actually dying and then having to cheat death. Let me explain. We were stupid. We didn't use a bandage when we needed to, and we bled out. So I've had to wait a little bit until I could get everything set up. And we had to wait an extra 20 days. So we've done that now. I've done a little cooking. I've made some extra water. And we're going to spend the next 6 hours getting ourselves absolutely ready to go fight the cougar. And then we're going to go straight in the morning. It's funny, though, because where the cougar is not where everybody thinks it is. It's up near Pensive Pond. This is kind of looking like where the moose was spawning at one point. So we're going to come up through here and get up to Pensive Pond, and then we'll kind of make that our base of operations. And then we're going to go kill this damn cougar. So let's start off by triple checking our gear. We did end up going to a double moose hide cloak just for the defense. As you can see, we got 94% protection right now, which is okay. I wish it was a little better than that, but not going to cry about it. That's pretty good. And we are wearing the ballistic vest. And it's looking like anything that we repair right now would pretty much be a waste of cloth and or pelts. All right, let's check our gear. Oh, we got some stuff to drop here. I was checking on the rabbit thing. We'll have to go out there and look at that real quick too. All right, let's now come over here. I was carrying around the pistol just because we were injured pretty badly, but we're better now. We finally got it all fixed. We need to pick up some more water and some more food. We're pretty damn light, though. That's good. That's real good. Considering we're wearing that 6-kilo ballistic vest. Our warmometer is not nearly as good as it could be. Let's grab some, just for the sake of grabbing it, some antibiotics and some antiseptic. Yeah, that gives us a full spread of everything. We also need some bandages, so let's do that. Just so we have them. We'll make 6 bandages. We did, while we were waiting for everything to heal, we did kind of clean up in here too. We got all this done. And we moved stuff around a little bit, got it all kind of cleaned up. Not everywhere yet, though. We put in a new storage shelf here for the MREs and the can openers. We've got a nice counter space here that I think we're going to do some of these canned goods on. Particularly, probably the corn. And what I've decided to do is once we get this done, and assuming we live through it, we're going to go over to Coastal Highway and we're going to attempt to do the trader stuff. So we may get into some of that tonight. We'll come back here. We'll pick this up to take with us before we leave. But that's kind of where we're at right now, guys. We're risking everything for a new hat and a new knife. That's good enough. That gives us a couple of fires to start. We've got coal and water and food up at place up at the Pensive Pond shelter. I don't think there's really much more to do here than to maybe we head up that way. I'll tell you what we can do though. And we'll put some of this away, but we're gonna map out a little bit up there so we kind of get a better understanding of where this damn cougar is at. You know, it might even behoove us to craft a few more arrows, because we're down to 4. I don't think we're gonna have time to do that today though, is the problem. Oh, I guess we could just pick up arrows upstairs, can't we? Yeah, that's fine. Let's just go do that. Makes things a little bit more streamlined and simple. There we go. Just wanted to take a good long look at this again. It could all be gone here shortly. We're not cheating death ever again. Like, it kind of goes against the game, if you ask me. People are welcome to do it. I didn't much care for the way it was implemented, so I think we'll just call it a run when the time comes. Still got a lot of work to do here. We got a lot of work to do in here. I'd like to clean all this shit up and maybe add some different shelving options in here for a few other displays. We'll get there with time. No rush. Today's all about the cougar. What's up, Ease? Yeah, trust me, it was real nice to not be colorblind through the whole last stream. That was an annoying little side deal with that. But we survived everything. I played it pretty safe. Believe it or not, let's see if he's still out there. I did off stream take some chances just because I was bored out of my mind. I think he's gone now, but there was a bear we killed right over by the little barn. So we had more bear meat, which we then cooked, and then we did like a big cook here. And we still got all of that meat that we can eat, even though it's ruined. And we made a whole bunch of water. Apparently, the issue that we ran into the other night with the woodworking bench is a known issue from Hinterland. I'm not sure why they released other stuff and didn't fix that, because that's kind of a game breaker, if you ask me, where somebody spends the time to go get a vise, and you know, then you're in the middle of a craft, and then you got to go sleep, and then you come back, and everything's just gone. Like, you would think that would be a priority patch, but I don't know. I posted about it in the forum today. So we'll, I didn't, you know, if anybody wants to join in the forums, like it's good. If anybody from Hinterland reads it, I tried to be constructive about it and even offered a, hey, you know, I wouldn't have been so mad if it didn't consume the vice. Like, it would have sucked, but I wouldn't have been mad or as upset. But it consumed the vice and most of the wood, and now I got to go back out and gather those things. So maybe program it where it doesn't consume until the last hour of the craft. So just be careful. There's no real workaround. The only way we got ours finished up, because I just didn't trust it, was to wait for an Aurora, craft through the night until morning, and then continue to craft until this was done. I didn't want to take a chance of sleeping and seeing that disappear again. So that's kind of what it was. But like I said, we did get some stuff organized. Everything looks a little cleaner now. Eventually, we'll get some of this crap over here and make it look nicer. Maybe even get rid of the table and add in some other stuff. We'll see. But yeah, we're going to spend the rest of the day camping out here. And then we're going to go hunt a cougar. So let's keep our gear in great shape. I think I did that already. Yeah, 98% there. Do we have a bow better than 66%? We got lots of survival bows up here. Wait, we did. There's a bunch over here, but I think these are all the bad ones. All right, well, maybe I guess it's 66, we're fine. I don't like the way this came out because I was able to consolidate it. So they did kind of fix the placement issue. Like, look how close all of these are. You could never have done that in the past. Like, your basic spacing would have been like this, and then at least the spacing in between each item between lanes. And here you can see they are way closer than that. So they did work on it, which was good to see. We've still run into a couple of placement issues, but it's not nearly as bad as it was. We've got our noisemakers here too, which is pretty cool. Yeah, this is going to be scary, but we're going to go fucking do it just because we're going to go do it. But with everything kind of fixed and our gear in great shape, we don't have any ailments whatsoever. Let's pick up some extra water. We picked up a little food. We've got fish up at the hut, and we've got a little bit of meat, so we should be fine for a couple of days up there. Plus, we've got a lot of fuel up there. That is a video I'm going to make. We'll do it together, actually, on stream, where I'll get the footage for the video and then not use the audio. I'll go back in and voice over everything. But just how and when and why and the benefits and all that good shit about fishing in the long dark. Because I love little obscure topics like that. I really do. I think they're great. And sometimes they even help people. Honestly, I can't really tell a whole lot of difference between fishing level 1 and fishing level 5. But, I mean, I'm certain there is a difference. That I don't know. I thought Cougar was base game. I could be completely mistaken on that front, though. There, now the picture's straight. Damn, that's an interesting place to put a lamp. Right over your bed. It's like interrogation sleep. Anyway. I think I'm going to do something completely different tomorrow because I want to. And I think it'll be a good time. I think tomorrow I'm going to start a new 7 Days to Die run. Just to get back in the game a little bit. Haven't played in a while. Haven't played since they released 1.0. It's so weird that it'll place here. Now they're going to say it's too close, but how many days is it? 140 days? Is it 140 days since the update? Or was this an existing run pre-update? Yeah, see, here's my problem. If they go to 2.0 and they force you to lose your saves again, I'm going to be absolutely pissed off. I think that's just bad design. You know, I get it that I can't go back and play my alpha saves because it's not in alpha anymore. All right, well then that shouldn't be a thing, but... But yeah, I guess it certainly can be. But yeah, there we go. We're risking all of these today, guys. Going after a fudging cougar. All right, we're going to technically be outside so we can kind of hang out in here. Let's just pass some time, get ourselves tired enough to sleep. We want to be fully rested. I don't want to take any chances of being not fully rested. Weather permitting, we take off in the morning. Shit. You know what? We can just place that down here for the time being. Oh no, I've got a bedroll on me. I've got my improvised down bedroll on me. Been there, done that. And still occasionally we'll make that mistake. So when we get up there, we're not even completely sure where it's going to be, but against what I had heard and what I had thought, the cougar in this region is up near our fishing hut at Pensive Pond. So it kind of looks to me like this is about where the moose could spawn. So that means we could potentially have some cover. We'll see how this goes. I'm not really scared, but you know, look, man, we're going to fight something we haven't really fought before, at least not fairly. I tried to take it out with a pistol and a couple of bow shots, and it didn't go well. We'll have one of the fresh bear steaks on the way out the door. Oof. I mean, I can find it. It's not a problem, even in the heavy fog, but why bother? It should clear up, I would think. All right, off we get. We would love and prefer a really clear day. Wait, there was something else I wanted to bring up here. We'll figure it out when we get there, and then I'll have to make another trip. It's not like we don't go up here and fish sometimes anyway. But I'm curious about I know that you get like a lot more warmth from the cougar hat. I'm wondering how stupid it looks, number one. Number two, I'm wondering cougar meat. just how nutritious that is. And I'm wondering durability when it comes to the knife and what it takes to repair. If you need another cougar claw to repair it. Or from what I understand, this will be the first spawn, and then way over there by 3 strikes would be the second spawn. I'm not even sure where the third spawn would be. From what I had heard, though, in Coastal Highway, which I think is probably where we're going to end up tonight, if we succeed with this. If we end up dead, well, I mean, we tried. We'll probably go over and play some Tails. We'll probably go over and head to ZOC and get set up there, and then we'll do the Tails on another stream. But like I said, I almost went into 7 days just on my own last night. I did go in far enough to create a character. Other than that, I didn't play anything. Not even remotely bored with this game. It's just, I like variety. Like, I don't want to get myself in a rut because I feel like you burn out awful quick. At least I do. All right, so we should have the obnoxious cougar noises coming up. Speaking of which, let's make sure that's turned on. Yeah. We got voices and stuff off, but now I think the hope here is that the vest will keep us from taking bleeds. I'm going to be trying to lure the cougar back towards the pond itself so we've got cover at the fishing hut. But I mean, look, from what I understand, you can one-tap the cougar. It's just, you got to roll a critical hit. It's complete RNG. But I don't know. I've never been in a fair fight with that piece of crap, so we're going for it today. We're doing science today, boys. I want to find out the amount of time it takes to craft the wrap, the knife, the pelt. I'm sure is about the same as every other pelt when it comes to curing. It's probably on par with like a bear or a moose. But I'm also curious about the nutritional value of the meat. Because I don't know exactly where it's at, and I don't hear it yet, we're going to bring the gun up. Let's do the smart thing here, which would be to map. See just how far away we are. Yeah, it's definitely over this way. We could possibly goat up. If we can figure out where it is, we could possibly goat up one of these rocks and get where we can't be touched. It's a little on the cheesy side. I hear it. Now I hear it. Music was a little louder than the cougar, but I heard it through the music. This is not my favorite location to... There it is. You can hear it now. Haven't had our first look at it yet. I think it's going to be down in that wash. All right, we haven't got our first look at the cougar just yet. I'm trying to do this as tactfully as possible, or tactically? Not tactfully, tactically. There's the cougar. All right, goading doesn't seem to be a thing here. Well, maybe. Nope, we fell. All right, this could be a straight up fight, which is kind of what I was hoping to avoid. I wanted to give myself an advantage. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait a hot minute here, guys. This thing sounds fucking terrifying. I don't think we can get up this way. And I'm not completely certain that we're going to be able to lure this thing where we want it. Like this up here is not a good spot. He can get to us here. I'd like to be up on top of that. Oh, I see him. He's right there in the middle of the screen, guys. I suppose what we could do is we could cheese it a little bit by coming to the edge here and falling off. When he gets up here, we fall off. But we're going to end up getting stomped anyway. Fuck, he's getting close. Okay. I'm not sure if we were detected or if that's just his natural movement. All right, we've lost visual, but we have gained position. I may have moved too far too fast and it could have de-aggroed him, but I still get noises. Fucker sounds absolutely terrifying. And I'm certain if we go up over that hill right now, he'll be right on top of us. Because he was right there. Got some epic music playing in the background. God, it sounds like it's just right there. We don't have much sprint ability right now because of the gear we're wearing, as it's just heavy as shit. That's cougar marking on that tree over there. I don't know if you guys can make that out. Right there in center screen, that's cougar marking. This is terrifying, fighting it over this hill. No visual. I'm hearing branches and shit break right now. Good God. Okay, all right, we're in the fight. Get up, Jay. Fucking sneak attacking motherfucker. I don't see us bleeding. All right, we're fine. We took a glancing blow there, and we put one shot on him. Where'd it go? God damn it. It keeps retreating to that same spot, and we've got no line of sight. Fuck. right, let's get into a spot where he can't fucking do that shit to us. Come on, you little fuck. Where you at? You want some of Jay? Come get some of Jay. Come on. Where? Where? Elevate. There he is. Terrible shooting. Got him. Let's go. Let's go. We used the old trick. Did you guys see that? We used the old trick. What's up, Beetlebee? Hang on a second. My adrenaline's thumping right now. Holy shit. That wasn't even that bad. That wasn't even that bad. Gear didn't even take much of a beating. I don't really play Interloper. I've found that I enjoy the game a little bit more playing on Voyager. I've kind of tinkered with Stalker sometimes. I'm kind of a loot goblin, so I just kind of enjoy that. There's your cougar, guys. He's down. I think I only put about 2 shots in him, if we're being honest, because I missed a couple. We spent 5 rounds, and I missed 2 or 3 of those. But we used the trick where we got up here and we let him come over to that side. We hopped down, which broke aggro, and he went straight across our field of view, which gave us an open look to his broadside. That was awesome. Fuck yeah, we got a cougar. Wow, only 2 guts. And thank you for subscribing. I play a lot of this, Long Dark. I play Conan Exiles. I also play upcoming Dune Awakening, which I just, this morning, pre-ordered the Ultimate Edition for. So we'll have coverage 5 or 6 days early. I did make one video on that game. I don't know if those kind of games interest you. Oh, that was hairy, guys. Not nearly as scary as I thought, though. I was all panicky for no damn good reason. This is a long-term save. I didn't want to die. All right, so now my question is... Yep, so now we've got a second cougar that's up. This is not too far. Okay, so this one will be a little easier to cheese. But let's do a little something here first. Let's go fight another one. Now that we know we can do it, I'm not nearly as frightened. So let's go and see about taking down that second cougar. I probably don't have a lot of reason to be frightened. We were armored at 94%. We're wearing the ballistic vest. We've got a good rifle. Like all of that. Let's cook some cougar meat and see what we get there. 850 calories. Now, I don't know if that's going to go up. We killed our first cougar, guys. Fuck yeah. Not nearly as scary as I thought, but we played that right. When we knew he was charging at us, we went back up to that rock and gave ourselves an out. And you'll see a lot of the higher level players that play on like Interloper and Misery, that's how they handle aggro when it comes to a bear or a moose. You get into a ledge situation to where you can fall off and then they've got to go all the way around, which gives you time to react. Yeah, me too, man. I can't wait. We're going to go drop off the first pelt. A 1,000 calories. We're going to eat the spoils. Beetle, I believe that I could interloper, by the way. I just don't enjoy it as much. There's still a challenge, even on a difficulty like Voyager. Stalker, the wolves were just obnoxious. So, like, I feel like Voyager's just a nice medium between all of that. There's still a lot of risk, especially when you do dumb stuff like I do, like I did the last stream, which was not check my health after a wolf struggle, and I ended up bleeding to death while passing time. Just stupid. We paid the price for cheating death. I'm fine with it. All right, we'll go ahead and cook this up while we're here, I guess, since we got the fire going. We'll head back down, get this pelt curing. Weather's really threatening right now, though. All right, let's put this to the test, how well I know PV. I think I know PV pretty daggum good. So with this next one, we're going to try to cheese him a little bit harder. Because he's going to be in a location where I've got a place that I can break his aggro completely. And then we can pop in and out of this area. Let me see if we can accomplish that. You remember how we did the other night, Ease, where we did the bear? We put one shot in him from a distance and let him charge. It just kept dragging him back and forth to the tractor and let him bleed out. That's kind of sort of what we're going to do here, but the cougar doesn't bleed out. So kind of sort of going to do that. It's cheesy, but especially as you're learning and you're nervous, like, it's really not a bad situation if you get the right kind of spawns. And see, that's what I love about Voyager and Stalker is I'm just an absolute... Hang on, since you're a new sub, we're heading back to the Pleasant Valley Farmhouse, which is my main base of operations for this run. We're almost at 700 days. Let me go show you the crown jewel of collecting in the Long Dark. You're going to tell me how dumb it is, and you're right. But I'm very proud of it. And I'm very proud of my chat and followers for encouraging me to keep going when I didn't want to, because the result is great. I have nothing but admiration and respect for people that play on Interloper, and I think that I could do a fairly decent Interloper run. Like, no big deal. I mean, I've beat As the Dead Sleep, which is that's Nagoya settings if I remember correctly. And I watch a lot of high-level players play that difficulty. I just like being a loot goblin, and I kind of gear my content towards the newer players. Not streams necessarily, but like anytime I make a video on Long Dark, it's usually geared towards newer players. And I like to try to be helpful, that's all. I make videos and stream for fun. I am a monetized channel, so I do get a little bit of money here and there, but that's not why I do it. I do it because I do truly enjoy helping people, and I have fun doing it. I like editing videos, that kind of thing. And that was one of the reasons I wanted to do it with Long Dark, was because most of the content is geared towards, you know, the high survivability difficulties, like Interloper, for example. There's very few people that come out and do Stalker type runs and say, hey, these are the mechanics, or Voyager runs and say, these are the mechanics and how you can work them. I think all creators have got their place. And I've got nothing but respect for everybody that makes content on this game and plays this game. There is no wrong way. If you're alive, there's no wrong way. Period. As long as you're alive, you're playing correctly. Let's go get this dropped off. I'll show you my crown jewel achievement in the long dark. And then hopefully, weather permitting, in the morning, we can go out and hunt us another cougar. See if we can do it a little bit differently, though. Because the area this cougar is going to be in, I think, has got better shelter. All right, boys, we're putting down our first cougar pelt. I love it. Cure, baby, cure. Oh, that tail. That tail, though. Eh, good enough. We're going to be using it up pretty soon anyway. All right, so on to the crown jewel. This is my climbing rope collection. There are 72 ropes here. Each one was brought back by hand to this location. Most were pulled from the mountable climbing spots. This is what I love about Voyager, is it allows you to do dumb stuff like this. It started as a meme back when I was still on Twitch, streaming over there. I had a couple extra ones laying around when we finally made it over here for the first time, and I kind of set them down up here, and I think it was this location. And I don't know what it was, but chat was encouraging. They're like, hey, let's go get more ropes. And it turned into a, okay, we're going to go to each region, and we're going to get all the ropes we can get out of there. It became very technical, like having to figure out the pathing, and there was a lot of very dangerous billy goating, and but yeah, that's my crowning achievement in the game, is 72 climbing ropes in one location. I think this is a world record. I don't know. We are, to be exact on my run, 688. And yeah, we are very, very well established. Extremely well established now. The only way that I'm going to lose this run is by doing something stupid like I did the other night, and that's not checking my health. Wait, is the cougar, is that just done in your regular inventory? Three scrap metal. Oh, so it's actually a metal knife with just that, the hilt. Oh, believe me, they're all real. Oh, and it has to be done at a forge. Okay, so we can duck over. We can duck over to Desolation. We may need to carry a heavy hammer with us because I don't remember if I left one, but I think there's one over at Coastal. Maybe not. We'll take one with us just to be certain. But I'm pretty sure I did my forging at the Riken for this run, so damn it, I keep doing that. So yeah, we'll have to head over there. But believe me when I tell you, when you start adding them up, like it just kept growing and growing and growing. And that does include the far territories, by the way. There is only a small handful of ropes that we didn't get when we were doing the ropes. And that would mostly be over in Sundered. We grabbed a few of them as you go kind of towards the end of Lost Horizon, or whatever episode 3 was, 4, whatever it was. We didn't grab all of those because I knew it was a long way and there was a lot of climbs and I didn't want to be too heavy. And there's not a lot of billy goating opportunity over there. So we left a lot of those behind, but we can no longer, like, there's a sacrifice. We can no longer go to Mountain Town. I can no longer summit, even though I can get back into Timberwolf Mountain. I can get close to summit, but I can't actually summit. That means we can't go back to HRV ever again. But we looted all those regions out. Like, we looted them all and we dragged everything back to this base. All right, success on Cougar 1. I'm so happy. Let's pass a couple hours here. It was done over so much time, and unfortunately, it was mostly done on Twitch. And before I really realized how big it was going to get, Twitch deleted the VODs because you only get like 2 weeks worth of savage when it comes to a VOD on Twitch. And at that time, I wasn't in the habit of downloading VODs. That was one of the big reasons why I switched over here to YouTube full time. Was I just want a copy of my work so that when something like that happens, I can go back and pull it and make content out of it. But yeah, there is zero spawned in ropes. They were all that. See, I've never tried that. I think I heard somebody else tell me that too, but I've never tried it. Let's have a little snacky. Oh, why not? The spoils. To the victor go the spoils. We'll drop the meat outside. I don't think the meat's even all that important. I'm only getting 4 kilos out of it. Like, it's really not. It's the pelt and the claw that you want. All right, so let's sleep about, call it 11 hours. Yeah, I don't much care for Twitch. It's really just not a fair play. I know a lot of TLD streamers are on Twitch, and that's great. And look, the TLD community on Twitch is fantastic. I met a lot of really good people. Some of which I talk to on a personal level still to this day. But I just don't feel like it's a fair playing field. The exposure is not fair. They favor, I mean, I'm just going to bluntly say it. They favor boobs over content. And I'd just rather be here. Like I said, I do it for fun. I also think that their ad revenue share is junk. If you don't make $100 in a month, they don't pay you, and they keep the money. So, yeah. It's like, well, look, even though I don't do this for money, I still, if I could make a little bit on the side, why wouldn't you want to? Looks like we got a good day for another cougar hunt here, guys. Might be a little chilly. It is just a little chilly. Hang on, I think I heard a woof. I guess not. Thought I heard a woof. Yeah, exactly. It was, look, I'm a little bit older. And like I said, I mostly do this for fun and trying to be helpful. And there's just too much what I would consider to be cringy shit that goes on over on Twitch. Too much drama. Just not interested. I'd rather just be... I mean, I'm not exactly wholesome, don't get me wrong. I curse like a sailor, and I've got my issues as well as anybody else, but the only downfall to YouTube is you gotta make a thumbnail for every stream. Oh, I'm not far behind you. I'm only a couple of years behind you. Like, quite literally a couple of years behind you. But the thing that I found that was amazing about Twitch was the TLD community. I was just shocked. I'm so used to this point of my gamer life that I thought every game is just going to have a toxic base. And man, was I wrong. I can already hear the cougar, by the way, guys. Still no visual, but if we can... All right, so this is... As soon as I get a visual on where he's actually at, which I think is up the way here. I'm kind of just perusing here looking for the tree because there isn't any rocks. He's being really loud and I cannot see him. There's the tree stuff. I just saw it. It's over there. He's over here somewhere, probably right over that mound. It looks like they've selected locations to spawn this guy where you're going to have trouble seeing him until you're right on top of him. The one exception to that I know is Mountain Town, where you can see him from a mile away. Yeah, like, I didn't even know that Zach Nafine, I've been watching him for a long time. You know, obviously a really good creator, really good player. And I didn't know that he had an open Discord. I thought you had to have an invite to get there. So I went to the Discord and I went in, said hi, introduced myself. And immediately one of his mods was like, hey, you know, would you like to be in the content creator section? And I'm like, wow, that's awesome. Yes. Even offered to let me self-promote on his Discord. I'm like, no, that's not really what I'm here. That's not really what I'm here to do. God, that sounds like a child screaming. It's so unnerving. So I think the cougar is somewhere over beyond that wall, or that little retaining wall there. We've still got no visual. There is a dead deer that looks like maybe it was ravaged. I just thought that was amazing that that and some of the people that are in that content creator category over there, I've actually met on my streams on Twitch. Blades, I've met. Toasty Bits, I've met. Just really good, wholesome people that just came in, checked out the stream. You know, they don't frequent every day or anything, but it was really nice to meet them. This thing is fucking terrifying. I've not met Athenan yet. I'd love to meet Athenan. He's in that content creator chat. I'm just a little nervous about going in and saying anything because those guys are all so well established. I know I'm being stupid, but at the same time, it's a show of respect. I'm not necessarily there to pick their brains about making content. I've got my ideas for what I want to do, but I did kind of figure out a way to break the ice by asking them some questions about the performance of their videos with Long Dark. But yeah, I've not extensively had conversations with Blades, but we've met once or twice. It's just such a good, wholesome community, and that's so rare these days, man. It is so damn rare. Yeah, we still got no visual. He's got to be up the road here a little bit. We're going to have to risk it for the biscuit, guys. A beautiful day to hunt. Doesn't look like we're going to get the benefit of cover like I thought we would. There's the cougar. We finally got our first look at him over here. All right, we loaded. Let's see if we can drag him back. We'll walk the kitty. I don't like losing visual because we don't... Oh, yep. There we go. This is what we want. He's smelled us. Oh, shit. No. Okay. We're now dragging him back. All right, so this is what we're going to try to do. We're going to try to use this little space inside of here to duck in, break aggro, come back out, and pop him one. This is science. We're currently doing science. How cheesed can the cougar be? He knows we're here. He's coming right at us. Or she, whatever. But we can break aggro by going in there. Oh, damn it. We didn't get him fast enough. We're playing... Oh, shit. Oh, shit. He's in here with us. This is a problem. Got him. All right. This is the Long Dark. That would have worked had I stopped, had I shot a little earlier and then got the second shot off and got in. That would have worked perfectly. No bleeds, no nothing. All right, we're good. I need to find my casings, though. I thought we shot from right here. Yep, here we go. We dropped 3 rounds. I don't see my third casing. Did the cougar eat my casing? Yeah, see, this is what happened. He got in here and got stuck. So this, I guess, is a little bit dangerous. In the end, the cougar is no match for Vaughn's rifle. I know we got 3 solid hits on that one. For sure. I guess just to have it, we'll do it. Gotta be a little bit careful here. I want to look and see where the third cougar would spawn in this region, and I want to double check because we're missing a shell casing. Well, I won't be able to for a while now because it'll take the respawn takes a while if my understanding is correct. May have just lost one. This happens from time to time where you just can't find your casings. Cougar might have ate it. Butthole. I know we took our first shot right here. And then we stood our ground and because we were going to duck in. It's probably like clipped into one of the walls or something. It's not that big a deal. We've got plenty. All right, let's check the map. Oh shit, there's another one right here in the same area. Like right on top of each other. The addition of the ballistics vest, I like this because it finally gives purpose to the ballistic vest. The only other thing it really does is keep you from getting broken ribs. I mean, it's saying we're right in the area right now. I would have thought that it would be a different region of the map. Oh, it is. It's over by Thompson's. Okay, never mind. Let's go home. Let's go see where he's at Thompson's, and we may give that a try with a bow and arrow. Let's see if we can find a way to cheese it a little bit, and then maybe we'll try it with a bow. The only thing I'm a little bit worried about is a full charge. It looks like our defensive gear is working exactly as advertised. So that's good science. This will drop off our second cougar pelt. We're trying to wipe them out of Pleasant Valley right now. This is excellent. Excellent stuff, guys. Love it. Then maybe we'll go on a moose hunt here too. Because I can always use another moose pelt. We got one left, but I mean, honestly, I don't need it. We've got the 2 coats. My curiosity here, hang on. It's gonna get the better of me because I don't know for sure. You do need moose. I mean, I'm only wearing the moose hide cloaks because of defense. Because they're slightly higher defense than the bear coats. So really, this would just be my cougar hunting attire. And now I think I could probably get away with it with just... No, I mean, not really. It's more of a survival game. The game is actively trying to kill you pretty much all the time. Eventually, this game will kill you. That's just the nature of the Long Dark. It can be a very challenging game, even on lower difficulties. It's one of these games that's easy to learn, difficult to master. How about we put it that way? It's easy to learn the concepts and learn the mechanics, But what most of this game comes down to is just my opinion here, but it's mostly inventory management. It is food, water, shelter, and fuel is what it all comes down to. And then in the end, that still doesn't matter if you don't make good decisions. Like, one should make good decisions when playing this game. Yes, it does have all that functionality. Need to eat the ruined stuff. It's not an extraordinarily realistic survival simulator, like, you know, some of the wildlife doesn't behave, but and some of the things that the game does to you are kind of silly, in my opinion. Cabin fever being one of those. I think that's really silly. If I'm in a survival situation and I'm safe inside, well, and that's that the game runs deep. Like, that's the thing. Like, you can still have a really good time playing the game even on the lower difficulties. Now, I will say this, after I think I started on Pilgrim and it lasted, I don't know, an hour or two, and I'm like, no, the wildlife's not attacking, it doesn't feel good. So I immediately went in there because I've got a lot of survival game type experience. So I wanted a bit more of a challenge. So I went to Voyager. Had a few decent runs. Went up to Stalker. It got a lot easier once I got to cooking level 5 and had, you know, ammo and shit like that for days. It really wasn't any different than Voyager after you get to cooking level 5. The main risk is parasites, in my opinion, and that there's just more wolves. And then, I've never tried Interloper, but I did go do a short misery run that lasted, I think, 3 days. And it was just constantly, shit, stop, make a fire, stop, make a fire. That just didn't attract me that much. But what did attract me was the benefit of all the badges. So I went and did all the challenges. I've beaten every challenge in the game, other than the ones that I can't, which would be the 4 days of night challenges. And then, of course, the big cat killer, because that's a discontinued badge. But I've got all the other ones. That was almost a dead miss. I got lucky on that shot. I wasn't aimed up right. I got lucky on that shot. Let's have a... Oh, shit. Wait, I did that wrong. I didn't drop all the meat and stuff. That's okay. We've got the Travail with us. I am going to go ahead and drop the fat, though, because I still haven't figured out exactly what to do with that. Yeah, I think Stalker, if you really hone in and you just a lot of rabbits early, if you can get a bow fairly early and you get proficient with it and get to, say, like Archery 5, where you can hunt like this. You can't crouch hunt until you get to level 5. And you just get to cooking 5, Stalker becomes a lot easier. I know it would probably feel like a much bigger achievement to do 1,000 days on Interloper. But that's what I love about this game. It's got a little something for everybody. That's one of the many things I love about this game, actually. I had lunch. Oh, I know what we can do. We can drop the cougar meat over here to be cooked later. We do currently have those 2 pelts curing, so we'll probably just pass some time to get the hat made. And then I think we'll go over to Coastal. I'd like to see about doing some trader stuff over there. Because why not? We do have a fairly established base over there. Let's see about taking down this 3rd cougar. We may result to going with a gun. All right, mostly we're heavy because of food and water, and that's fine. We could always eat one of these venison pies. That would give us 3 extra kilos of carry weight if it came down to it. But I've got my Travaux. So if the moose is spawned, which it hasn't been for a while, so it may well be, we can always take the moose on the way back. That'll be a healthy hunting trip. But the moose spawn should be coming back pretty soon, if not now. We also need to be careful here because I think we're kind of getting right in towards cougar territory. All right, no moose. All right, so cougar territory is right over there by the road. Right down there along those rocks is where the cougar's going to be. So in theory, we should have some place to cheese it with the bow and arrow. The problem is it doesn't bleed out. So really cheesing doesn't do you any good. It's cumulative damage and or a critical hit. But I mean, in earnest, I don't disagree with you that Voyager's a fairly easy difficulty level, but again, for me, the challenge is making good decisions, because I tend to make just trash decisions constantly. I like going out and doing stuff like this where I'm risking everything for the sake of doing it. I'm gonna take the long way around here because I don't know where the cougar is and I cannot hear them just yet. And we may just simply result to... Might just simply result to the weapon, the firearm. But like I said, I think Voyager kind of fits my style because I do enjoy making stuff for the newer players. Even after all this time, there's still new people that come in. I mean, Ease has only been around the game for a few weeks. And I think that's awesome. That tells me it's a healthy game. Is there bugs? Yeah, just like anything else. The one we ran into the other night was a bit of a game breaker. But we got past it. We managed to get around it. But it did kind of suck. I'm not going to lie. The cougar should be right over here someplace. And I'm wondering... Okay, so there's the scratch marks. Cougar is definitely in the area somewhere. What's up, Batea? We've already taken 2 cougars, Patea. 2 down. See, the way this looks, it's on this side of the road. Should be over here someplace. Like maybe the den is right down here. I mean, the scratchy marks are right there. Yeah, we've already taken 2 today. Not as bad as I'd feared, but we are pretty armored up. Wow, that's great. I try to treat streams, I mean, I'm happy, don't get me wrong, but I try to treat streams like whether it's one person or whether it's 1,000 people. I try to kind of treat everything the same. Is that a ravaged deer over there? Kind of looks like it, doesn't it? The bug I encountered in the last game appears to be a known bug where I crafted, I took a break from the game for a while after when the update first came out, because I realized because of my rope collection, I was not going to be able to do the new content on this save, which upset me for a little bit. Although it's my own fault for, you know, taking all the climbing ropes, but I think that's the cougar right there. That could be a wolf. So I came back in and I hadn't really messed with safe house customization much at all. So my first experience was I went and got the woodworking tools in Bleak, because I can still get there. And I brought them back over here, and then I decided, okay, well, let's make the woodworking table, and I crafted that and put it down, and I went downstairs over at Farmhouse and got the vise. Destroyed that crafting table. Went back upstairs and I started the craft on... Okay, so it's in this general area. I started the craft on the workbench. Unfortunately, it got dark and I had a risk of cabin fever, so I went outside the farmhouse and slept in the car. And I re-entered the house, and the furniture bench was just gone. It just disappeared. And that's what we're going to go. We're going to start that tonight, I think, because I believe that is something I can do on this save. Where is this damn cougar? I thought the third one was supposed to immediately spawn in upon the death of the second. I don't hear him. I don't see him. We're in the area. But yeah, so, and then I kind of did some homework or did some looking around on the forums. I didn't see a lot. And then in Zach's Discord, yeah, I checked furniture tab. I checked all of that stuff. I've got it all on VOD from the last stream. So what I did, I went up to Signal Hill and got that vise. And then I thought, well, okay, what we're going to do is we're going to wait for an aurora to start so that I can craft through the night and into the day. So I crafted the furniture bench separately, set it down, waited for an aurora, started crafting the workbench, and just crafted it straight through. No leaving the house, no none of that. Had plenty of food and water in my inventory, and then was able to set that down, and then it's finally stuck. But apparently that is a known bug, that things are disappearing. Oh God, the music made me think the cougar was like spawning on me. Son of a beach. We've got enough food and water. Oh, you can't do anything with ravaged remains? Okay. Yeah, I think so too. I mean, they just came out with Hotfix 2. And look, I'm not one to tell a developer what their priorities ought to be. But when there are known game-breaking bugs, and like, look, it wouldn't have been that big a deal to be out the cedar wood for the bench and stuff, but because that first time I crafted the workbench, it consumed the vise. It consumed it, and I got nothing out of either one of those. All I had left was a few pieces of cedar from trying to craft the workbench. So that was extremely disappointing. And if they know about it, the only guidance they were giving was check the inventory tab in the bench. And I'm like, well, guys, if the bench has disappeared, there won't be an inventory tab. At that time, I still had a lost and found in the house, so I checked the lost and found. It was not there. I think we're gonna sleep here tonight. Maybe the cougar will spawn in the morning. Maybe you only get one cougar spawn a day. Who knows? But I did notice that there was no safe at Spence's farm last time I went through. Well, yeah, and I assumed it was a bug, and I also assumed that the bug was related to this being a pre-existing run from prior to the update. But I mean, as it turns out, people were coming in saying, no, this has happened. It's happening a lot. Mine has stayed, thankfully, so I'm not overly concerned. But, you know, it's not for a lot of people. And the only workaround I could figure out, at least on the spot, was to say, okay, well, let's just try to craft 18 hours in one go. And to do that, we waited for an Aurora, and then we crafted throughout the day to get it done. And that worked, and it did stick. Whether that sticks for everybody or not, I don't know. I mentioned that as a fix in Zach's Discord for anybody that was having the issue. And then somebody was helpful enough to say, yeah, I think that's a known bug, and it kind of led me to the right direction of the Steam forum, which was cool. Like, people are just so helpful in this community. It's so great. Yeah, so if you can TLDR for me, what's gonna happen when so it's just a bug? Is it a every time bug, or is it some people are affected by this bug situation when it comes to the trader missions? Because I've not done any spoilers on any of the new stuff. I haven't even talked to the trader in this save, which is what we're going to try to get into tonight once we kind of get through this. And let's pass a few hours. Pass another 2. All right, so I think it's going to give us the start of this now. We can now actually, this is what I'm saying. You guys are getting to see me do this for the first time. Hang on.
We're really out on the edge of it all, ain't we? Some people do it.
Hold on, that's not loud enough. Turn it up.
Others go a little crazy. Still others go out in the world looking for crazy. Maybe that's you.
That is me.
Just a survivor. Like you, I guess. But I think you might not be from around here. You sound, a bit different. Like those folks who wandered into town last week. No, that's wrong. It was...
2 years ago, last week. So, we're playing as Astrid here, and yeah, we're not from around here because we kind of weaseled our way in with Will to bring us out here. Even though that's not part of the, like, this isn't part of the main storyline.
Who ain't alone in this life? Suits me fine.
Yeah, that's fine. We're going to go get into it tonight, I think, since the Cougar is going faster than expected.
Good enough for
I wasn't planning on just doing an hour and a half stream.
we all get to tell our own stories, right?
Hang on. This damn site for music. Some songs are so much louder than others.
This is mine. Everyone gets a name, right? I had a name. Sutherland. Yeah, that's it. Sutherland. Phew.
This would freak me out if it was the dude from the story that just keeps appearing out of nowhere. What's his damn name? It's a really weird name. It's like biblical or something.
You said
To start with an M. I forgot his name now.
let's deal.
Four hides. So we could do rabbit hides then, huh? And six Tarmy down is a lot though. Okay, so this would be a pretty simple one. We could get salt endlessly if we Methuselah, that's right. Yep. I knew it started with an M. And I knew it sounded kind of biblical. I would freak out if they'd have made this Methuselah. What? Vagabond soup? Salt broth and rabbit. Fortifies condition if salty. Originated in the community of people known to hop trains along the Far Range branch line. Who would harvest the many rabbits that lived alongside the tracks? We're just looking for right now. I'm not interested in any of these things currently. But I'm just kind of looking to see the costs and what we're getting into. Certainly don't need any more. Damn, that's expensive. Salt. That's easy. We could get salt for days, man. If we're going to be over in coastal, we just go over and fish till we get 3 kilos and we'll take a liter of water with us. And we'll get a 10-kilo bag of salt, which is going to be a pain in the ass to bring home, but we'll accept that one. Oh, okay. I see now. So that'll be our first trade when the time comes.
Okay, then.
I really should go back and do the story again. It's been a while. If it was up to me, the story would have never happened. Because as soon as Astrid showed up at my hangar, I'd have told her to get the fuck out. And I even said so on stream. I'm like, nope, nope. Big fat glass of nope. And then I could just see roll credits end. Like, great story mode. But that's just me. I don't know. Never a good idea to do favors for your ex. Just saying. Now, Oliver has told me a lot of the stuff about the lore that goes into it, but still, it's never a good idea to do favors for your ex.
I need to find a place to rest.
See, this is why I turn off voices. I don't need Will or Astrid telling me how heavy their pack is. Some people really like that part. I don't. It's extremely repetitive after a while. Once you've heard all the voice lines, you've heard them all. I'm perfectly capable of looking at my weight. I'm perfectly capable of seeing that I'm tired. Or if I'm hungry. So my guess is the cougar will probably be up now. Because it has always been my understanding, well, not my understanding. My assumption is that they're only going to spawn one cougar a day. And if they don't, we'll just head home and we'll check for the moose. It's fine. We've got 2 pelts. We need to pass some time for it to cure anyway. And then we'll make our hat and we'll head over to Coastal. And then maybe we'll go through Coastal first and go over to Desolation. And we will craft... that's going to suck, though. Because I don't know how much fuel is over there in Desolation. I don't hear any sounds whatsoever. I don't think the cougar is up for whatever reason. I thought it immediately spawned upon killing the second and the first. Isn't that how it's supposed to work? That there's one up at a time, and then it goes up to 3. And then the area is clear for a while. We are certainly in the right area here. We killed this guy. We killed this guy. And now here we are. Right in the cougar territory. And you know it's the cougar territory because I see the scratches on the trees and stuff. Well, there'll also be some coal going into Cinder Hills, or going through Cinder Hills, because I haven't collected that for a while. Is the third one the nest or something? Is that what I'm missing here? I don't hear any noises. But we do know we are in the right place. That's cougar marking right there. All right, well, I'll tell you what. Let's, we've already got 2. We don't need another one right now. I kind of want to just clear the area clean and then go get them again when the time comes, but I'm not going to sit around and wait for a spawn. Let's, we'll go back over to the moose area and see if he's up. And if he is up, we'll try to hunt him real quick. Get another pelt down, and then we will head over to Coastal. A little disappointing. I really thought that it was supposed to be once you down one, the second location automatically spawns. Then once you down the second one, the third one automatically spawns, but that doesn't look like that's how it's working. At least not for me, not right now. We could just go down and shoot the moose in the face. Well, we've got meat on us. Since we're wearing the ballistic vest, we could probably stand on the ground and just shoot the moose in the face. With some minor dodging, but I don't even think he's up right now. It's been a while since we have seen the moose. Sub Technique. It has been an overly long time since we've seen the moose, so I would have thought maybe it'd be up by now, but not a huge deal. Let's get back to the house. Let's pass some time to get that pelt cured. Let's make a new hat. It's exciting. It's the first new hat I've had since very early in this run. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure why the third one isn't spawning right now. Not the end of the world, though. Honestly, I'd rather the moose had been up. Just so we could kind of shore up our pelt situation. I don't remember what we've got over in Coastal. I really don't. We've got some stuff. Well, let's go over here and make sure our gear's in good shape. We'll grab a little extra cloth because I don't even remember if we left some clothing. I think we did, though. I think we left quite a bit of stuff. There's, storm lanterns and pry bars, and I think there was some clothing or cloth. I think we left some pelts. We might have gone back and got them, though. This save is so old now, it's hard to remember, and I didn't start taking notes until my newest run, which is over in, it's in Airfield right now, getting ready to go to ZOC for Buried Echoes. We've done all of that on this save, but we can't do the final one on this save. Because for whatever reason, this save says that I didn't finish the one in Sundered, which is horse crap. I did finish that one for sure. We'll look at that here in a minute. Let's just stop for lunch. Don't really need to be walking around with the rifle. We've killed all 3 bears. This save does have the trifecta for bears. It's got the one over in the birch forest, which we just killed on the last stream. The bear from over there that comes up to that side of the house we just killed. Well, that's the fat I dropped. We just killed off stream. And then the other bear that comes from over there by where we hunted that cougar. We killed him in the last stream as well. So all 3 bears should be down for the foreseeable future. The next, I don't know, 20, 30 days. Well, on this save, I can't even get back into Sundered Pass. It's not possible because of the climbing rope situation. Again, I have no one to blame but myself, not complaining. It was a lot of fun collecting them, but this save has suffered the consequence. This is strictly a 1 or 2 region survival save at this point. And on the new save, I didn't even turn on the Cougar. Just decided against it. Nah, screw it. It's not that important. But this is a full-on save with Cougar and Scurvy. Which really isn't a problem. We've got an extremely well-stocked fishing hut up there at Pensive. Let's look at that real quick. No, wait. So it clearly says that we completed Last Horizon. And then it goes straight to this badge, which is not doable anymore, the 4 Days of Night ones. Those are the only badges I'm missing. And we can't get that feat. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. All right, so I think since we're going to travel, I'm going to go ahead and pick up the revolver. We're going to carry all 3 weapons just to have some flexibility. Dear God, I didn't realize how many of these we had. All right, well, that's going to make us a little bit heavier, but that's fine. We're probably going to go ahead and go to bear coats instead of the moose hide cloaks. We're going to put down the ballistic. Put our crampons back on, even though we're not going to climb. I just feel good about it. Well, I don't know. If we're not going to climb, we don't really need the crampons, do we? We could always do this with, like the tool belt or something. Nope, because there's a rope climb in between, and I took that rope. Ah, this will be fine. These things lose durability, and you can't repair them, so we'll just do this. This will be fine. Yeah, no, like this is why I can't go back right here. This is exactly why I can't ever go back to places like Hush River Valley, Mountain Town. Apparently you can goat up to Summit, which was not something I knew. I can't go back to Sundered Pass. I can go back to Airfield and like pretty much everything. It's just a few regions that I'm not going to be able to get to anymore. I could theoretically still get to the top side of Bleak, but we don't really need to. We could take some of these ropes and put them down to go into Ravine. But I don't really feel that it's necessary. Bleak's not one of my favorite regions anyway. What's that put our weight at now? A little bit on the heavy side. It's carrying quite a bit of water. I just don't remember what we've got in Coastal. Yeah, 72 ropes. I talk about it a lot. It's mostly because I'm proud of it. Like, it was one of the first real big interactions that I had with chat. And if Matea's still hanging out, he was a huge part of the egging on of that process, as was Oliver, who doesn't really do YouTube very often. Sometimes he'll lurk. I never know if he's lurking. He watches more Twitch than anything else. But yeah, just it was so interactive. We ended up doing whole streams dedicated to trips and the planning of how we were going to get the ropes up, the ropes down, like all of that kind of stuff. And, you know, technically it is possible for me to still get to Ash Canyon, because I can go through Blackrock and get into Timberwolf and then goat down and get over to Ash Canyon. But again, there's really no reason to do so. But technically we could if we wanted to. Wow, did we actually hit that right on the head? Pretty much. Yeah, that was a... Damn. Okay, well, that's going to take a little while then. That was a big effort. It took a lot of time, and it took a lot of planning. But we had a good time with it, and I met a lot of cool people along the way. Do we even want to sit around and wait for the hat, guys, or do you want to go to Coastal? That's going to be a while before that's cured. The other one's only at 18%. I mean, it's only been 2 days cure. We're going to have to pass 4 or 5 more days for that to even be close. I don't care. We got plenty of food and water, but I don't want to just sit around and pass time and kind of be boring. If you guys want to see the hat tonight, that's what we're going to have to do. Yeah, just to avoid sprains. That's fine. All right, so we're bringing with us... I'm gonna... I don't want to bring a heavy hammer, but I feel like I might need to. It's just extra weight. No, I'm almost positive we have one. There's no guarantee of that, though, so we could have brought it home thinking we were never gonna forge again, so let's just bring one. We don't have any of that. We don't have any of that. This isn't gonna get any lighter, except for a little bit there. We got like 9 arrows. Pretty full on that. Oh, yeah, we need to fix that up a little bit. I know what we can do. There's one down here that I've never grabbed. In all 600 and almost 700 days, I've just left this down here and never picked it up. So we'll sharpen up with that real quick, and I think we can just head out. I don't feel like making everybody wait. The hats, although that is kind of the title of the stream. And I don't know that we have any of that kind of stuff over at Coastal. I know we left things at Coastal, though, that we never brought back. We basically set up Quonset to be a pretty good place. See, my only problem with doing one of the islands is there's no cooking apparatus on either of those. And even inside of Quonset, it's only a 2-burner. I do have a couple of outdoor fires that we can cook with. God, I haven't been over to Desolation in a long ass time. Just get everything sharpened up. Ain't gonna hurt nothing. Yeah, I was saying earlier, the ropes is actually one of the main reasons that I came over here to YouTube instead of Twitch to stream. Well, one, it lets me consolidate everything in one place. And two, the VODs never go away. So I can, if I wanted to go back and be like, here was the journey, I could do that. See, that's similar to what I did here. And I still think this is a really cool beginner tip for any newer player. Was I basically originally had set up fires all the way around this house. And I just gathered enough sticks and had enough matches that I'm like, okay, well, I'm just going to continue to light fires until I get to, you know, fire starting 5. And that turned into, now I've got the fire starting badge. Which is not something I would recommend people start with. I don't know, let's see if we can't just power down and pass a few days and see if we can get that done, and then we can craft that hat. That is kind of the title of the stream, and we're only a couple hours in. Might as well eat first. Oh, and something else I need to check too is the curing bin. I'd been putting some rabbits in there. I wanted to see if what I was told was true, that 450 calories becomes 900 because it just becomes cured meat, which is extraordinarily silly. The fact that if you put moose meat or bear meat in there, it goes from 1125 at cooking level 5 to 900. Not cured yet. Okay, that's fine. It's really nice, you know, to not have to have tender, but tender's not that difficult. And really, fire starting 3, yeah, it gives you a little better chance of getting the fire going, but I think there's other better badges and perks, feats, if you will. I think that's going to be the subject of my next video, is just kind of discussing those and what I think, how to get each one, and then what my personal view is on each one of them and why I would choose one over another. I think that's a solid video for especially newer players. Just depends on how I narrate it. You know, like in the beginning, I thought, you know, Book Smarts was a really good one to run. But as it turns out, it really is not all that useful. And now it's almost useless if you've finished the Tales and you've got the Settled Mind feat, because that gives you 20% faster read speed, and you never can get, you know, cabin fever. So like, it's like a Chad freaking feat. My opinion. You know, a 5-hour book only takes 4 hours, and you can stay inside 100% of the time. It's pretty much a Chad feat. Yeah, that's why I think it's a bit silly. There's no... I can understand meat losing caloric value if you're curing it. I can understand that. What I don't understand is how you're doubling calories of meat that doesn't have those calories. That makes it very unrealistic. It shouldn't just be cured meat. It should be cured rabbit, cured wolf, cured bear, cured venison, cured moose. And or even cured cougar for that matter. And each one should have a small deficit as to what the caloric intake ends up being. I did the math on it the other day. Over the course of 20 pieces of, say, bear or moose meat at cooking level 5, over 20 pieces, you're actually losing 4,500 calories by curing it. Which is insane. You're basically just losing 4 steaks of the 20 to the curing process. And yet the rabbits, which are way easier to come by, yeah, same thing. Exact same thing. Or how that same fish could go from being a major source of vitamin C to a moderate or minor source. Calories doesn't necessarily equal vitamin C, which I don't know. I think there's a lot of things that could be tweaked a little bit to made a little more realistic. Not that it's a requirement. But you know, even though I've been playing for a couple of years now, I learned something on the video I made the other day, which was all about food. More geared again towards newer players, but what I learned was there's really 3 food groups when it comes to it's probably still dark in here, isn't it? We can pass an hour. We're going to pass some time anyway. So there's a big difference even early game when it comes to canned goods based on weight to calories, which is basically what that whole video is about. Because people were asking me what's the best carry around food for early game and stuff. And it's like, well, you're going to be finding a lot of the canned goods and stuff. But what I hadn't really looked at was the 3 food groups. There is water neutral, there's water negative, and then there's water positive. Meaning there's foods that you can eat that don't take away from your water, and that's its own group. And then there's foods that you eat that dehydrate you, and then there's foods that you eat that hydrate you. So therefore you have to weigh them a bit different based on hydration levels and stuff. So like dog food, for example. No, that's not a good one. Yeah, condensed milk. This is one of the best actual foods in the game to carry around, because per kilo, what is that? 14. It's 3,000 calories per kilo. It gives you a little bit of vitamin C, but it also gives you liquid hydration. So like, it's literally one of the best survival foods in the game if you use it properly. And I'd never really broken it down that way. So even I learned something in the making of the video, which to me is kind of cool. Balls. like to get this shit cured so that we can move on to coastal. On this save, I got to be careful because I didn't have that badge. See, that's why it's so weird that it's saying, hey, you can't go do the next thing on the other save. Like, I have to go back and do all of them again because of this whatever bug or glitch or whatnot. And that means that bug has been around for a very long time. What had to have been around for a very long time. Mostly because, you know, that episode came out a while ago. Here, let's just do this the easy way. We'll separate them. Kind of goes against my piling technique, but that way I can look at them both at a glance. I mean, that would be interesting, but let me ask you this question. What would be the benefit of the snowshoes? We don't have deep snow in the game. Now, if you were to tell me, hey, this will give you, they'll give you +5 or +10% movement speed. Okay, that's worthy. I can see that as completely worthy. Damn it. There we go. Looks like these are going to take close to 5 or 6 days to cure, so we'll just try to zoom through this shit. Oh, okay. Walking across thin ice. That's a good one. That's actually a really good one. I could get behind that. I think what the game needs more than anything now is more accessory slots, honestly. There's too many things that you can choose from that are super useful. And let's be honest here, most people aren't ever going to let go of their moose hide satchel, me included. Meaning you only have one spot between how many different accessories? You've got improvised insulation now. You've got the tool belt, you've got the gun belt, you got crampons. Like, there's just so many things to choose from. I also don't like the fact that many of those accessories that you find in the wild are not repairable. I think that's kind of eh. But going across thin ice would be excellent. That would be a really worthy reason to have them. But only having 2 accessory slots is very, very limiting. And I understand you can't just give everybody everything. Like, I understand. The game would lose a lot of its luster and a lot of its appeal to a lot of people. But, like, quit putting things in that we just can't use. Like, they're cool. Yes, it should be able to be sewn in. Completely. Hey, I've got this bear coat that's got an insulation in it, so I get an extra degree or whatever it is. I couldn't agree with that more. Sorry, I know it's a little boring just to sit around and do this, but we're getting there. We are getting there. We've got plenty of food and water to do this and just waste time, so let's just try to do that as quick as possible. I need to go out and sleep in the car, though, because we're going to end up with cabin fever. Not that cabin fever means a damn thing. We might as well just let it give us cabin fever and then go to the car and sleep. Like, who cares? And look, maybe that's what they're going to do in Black Frost. Maybe. Like, it's... Possibilities are endless at this point as to the things they could do. I don't even have a risk at cabin fever yet. That's nice. There's the risk. So we'll let it go ahead and give us the affliction. We don't really care. Again, like, I don't like to be controversial, but when something's really, really broken, I will call it out. But I will also, not necessarily just with this game, but with any game, but I will also praise things when they are good and correct. And I hate to see them not work on this game so much anymore because there's still so much more they could do with it, but maybe the plan is to do it all in Black Frost. Probably going to wake up with cabin fever. Oh no, we have cabin fever. Whatever will we do? We're almost halfway on the curing. Yeah, some of them are. Like, I think my favorite recipe of all the new stuff is just venison pie. Just because of carry weight. We came out here right after we had to cheat death, and there was a pack of Timbies right here. We can basically live in the car for a couple of days, even in a blizzard. It's no biggie. But yeah, I mean, I tend to agree with that. The one that really gets me, though, is like the rose hip pie and the peach pie, the sweet ones that are like, oh, they're going to give you the headache. I also wish they were available at a slightly lower cooking level. Honestly. It makes... so like, what was the one? Breakfast at Airfield. That challenge, the community challenge. It's almost undoable at this point, right? Because... you got to be at cooking level 3 in order to make the pancakes. It's like, look, man, they're fucking pancakes. Like, just let us make the pancakes. It's level 1. They don't give you all that much stuff. Just let us make pancakes. I can't remember exactly what all was in the challenge, but I know pancakes was a part of it. But I made a whole video about my quest for fish cakes. You know, like, there's some fun that can be had with them. But as far as functionality, I think venison pies, you know, it gives you plus 3 kilos carry weight. It's nice. just passing our life away at this point, waiting on this damn pelt. Passing time was a little more dangerous when we had that 50% affliction. Now we got plenty of life to spare. Just eat, drink, and pass our life away for the time being. We'll spend a couple days out here. We'll go in and we'll check the pelt, see where it's at. And then we'll move on to coastal. I'm kind of keeping myself in the tired state since we're not going to be doing any traveling. This feels weird passing this much time. I did. I made it about 3 days and realized that it just wasn't my style. I got nothing but appreciation for people that have done it and are good at it, but just not for me. Kind of feel the same with Loper. I think I could get, I think I could do a Loper run. I think I know enough about the game and what I would need to do to survive. It's just, I like it to be a little more casual. Stalker was fine. Like I said earlier, I think Stalker, the toughest part's getting to cooking level 5, and then you're fine. Because you can still shoot stuff on Stalker. But I kind of like just having the ability to eat wolf and whatever from day one. You won't ever hear me hate on anybody that says, hey, it's, you know, just because somebody comes in and goes, hey, you know, Voyagers are pretty easy. It's like, yeah, you're not wrong. You're certainly not wrong. But to me, it's more of a collector thing, and you can be kind of a loot goblin, which is one of my claims to fame in every game I play. I love loot. And really, Cooking 5 changes the game, and it's not necessarily for the better. You know, like this, like real survival. Number one, you put meat outside and it's frozen. The worst thing's going to happen is it gets frostbite or a freezer bit, basically, and you can still cook it and eat it. It's just going to taste like shit. So food spoiling sitting outside is kind of stupid. I've also thought that it would be a really cool addition to the game where you could, say, harvest ice. And maybe you could put that in a fridge and it would basically stop stuff from decaying. Kind of like in Conan Exiles, where your food doesn't take damage as long as there's ice in the fridge. I thought that'd be kind of a fun way to handle it. I think we'll spend one more day out here, and then we'll go in, and hopefully we're pretty close on the curing process. Unless we have to go in for water or something prior to that. Which we shouldn't. Okay, we should be fine. Yeah, I mean, there's lots of things they could do, but I understand that this game has basically run its life cycle, and they're not going to do any of those things. But maybe if you get, you know, if you put it out there into the ether and you say, hey, this would have been cool to have had in this, but maybe it can show up in the next game. You know, there's no way in hell I'm not going to play Black Frost. And I've got people that come into the stream all the time, and they're like, I wish this game was multiplayer, and I wish this game was multiplayer too. And it looks like Black Frost is going to be. So, survival with your friends. That sounds excellent to me. You know, games like Green Hell, great example. Co-op. Now, Green Hell is probably the most brutal fucking survival game I've ever played. But it's fun. Like, it can be fun. Green Hell just beats the crap out of you. There's another Blizzard. Well, and this is something that I was talking about in the last stream with some other folks, and that's the difference between Hinterland and, say, like a Hello Games. They're both smaller indie studios. Hello Games did No Man's Sky. I did a lot of content on No Man's Sky. I played it for a very long time. And, like, I would consider myself to be among the best players in the world at that game. If there is such a thing, anyway. But the difference is Hinterland listens to its community. Hello Games don't give a shit. They're like, this is what we're going to put in the game. They don't say, hey, it'd be a lot cooler if we could do this. Hello Games is like, no. But this is what we're putting in. This is what you want. And they're expert at hype training that shit too. And they get all the big YouTubers that rely on the clicks to get behind it. And I'm not one of those people, but the moment you say anything negative about No Man's Sky, you get absolutely throttled in the comments. Just attacked and beaten up. And me, I kind of, it's not that I like, you know, that kind of adversity, but I'm not afraid of it. Especially when I've got a point. When I know I'm right, or I know that I'm telling the truth, there is no ends of the earth I won't go to prove myself. And you know, sometimes games, it's just the lifespan. It's time for it to be on. It's time for it to be done. Damn, these bears are fucking respawning so fast. Come on, be done, baby. I'm tired of waiting. I just lived in a car for like 3 days. Fuck, it's only 3/4 done. All right, well, we got another couple of days in the car, guys. You know, okay, look. How do I word this? And it won't be too overly controversial. We dealt with this in No Man's Sky a lot as well. To where people would blame Hello Games, or people would blame like consoles and stuff for the the update not coming out on day one. And in fact, it was Hello Games that was my biggest issue with No Man's Sky. Is they release trash. It's always broken and it's garbage. And then they take 2 weeks after they hyped up the entire world for this release. They're like, oh, well, we'll fix it. And they always do, to their credit, but you have to wait 2 weeks after release for it to actually be functional as it should have been on day one, because they refuse to do any testing, whether it be open beta, closed beta, experimental branch, like none of that they will do, because they don't want to ruin the surprise. And the real surprise is on day one for that shit, it don't work. And the consoles tend to have a higher standard when it comes to quality than Steam does. So they just don't release they don't release it. They're like, no, we're not going to do it. And so then it always comes back on the consoles. So I think there's a little bit of that when it comes to this game. but I also think it's just easier to do PC shit than it is for consoles, which is why Rockstar is such a piece of shit. I will not be playing GTA 6, period. My time with Rockstar Games is over. Other than the games that I already own. Like, I'm probably at some point on this channel going to go back and play Red Dead 2 again, because it's probably the best story I've ever played in a video game in my life. Maybe ever produced. If anybody knows of a better story mode game, please let me know, because Red Dead 2 is so damn good. And I haven't played it in 4 or 5 years, and I'm like, you know, I own it. Haven't been through it in a while. Let's go play it again. So we're probably going to do that coming up at some point. I'll pick a day and we'll just do a Red Dead day. So everybody kind of knows, hey, it's Wednesday or whatever it ends up being. And that'll be Red Dead Redemption Day. Hey, I'm not passing time here. I'm wasting time. So it's not always about the developer treating the consoles a certain way. And I know with Switch, a lot of games have a lot of problems with Switch. But it's not always the developer's fault. But sometimes it is. So I'm not going to say you're mistaken or wrong, but it's not always the developer's fault. Sometimes it's the platforms, console platforms, that are just being too stupid. But in certain cases like No Man's Sky, they should be stupid. And see, it could have been a lot of things. It could have been that they were having trouble coding it. It could have been the update getting rejected by the consoles, which is out of their control. Because like I said, a lot like PlayStation and Xbox, they will withhold updates if it doesn't meet their quality standards, whereas Steam doesn't care. Steam truly, they'll release trash to get it out there. Oh, shit. I didn't mean to sleep. That was silly. I meant to pass time. I hit the wrong button. I'm distracted. I'm not defending, don't get me wrong. When something is bad, I will always call it out as bad. I'm just saying sometimes there can be extenuating circumstances. I'm not in with like big game devs or nothing like that, but I have met a few. And I've talked to them at length about the process and you know, just how difficult it is to not only make a game, but to get it out there. And then if the game does become popular, how to service the critics. Did you ever play Phasmophobia? Actually, you probably wouldn't have if you were playing on console. Well, because once something is in Steam and it gets planned, it goes out. It's been happening with games like No Man's Sky for years and years now, where the update goes, Steam approves it, they're like, this is the update, and then it comes back that Xbox or PlayStation didn't approve it, so now they're committed to that date. So it's not an intentional, we're going to withhold this from consoles, most of the time. Most of the time, it's not an intentional, that type of situation. I try to be fair, but honest when it comes to games and developers. I've been very glowing of Hello Games and No Man's Sky, and I've also flat told him this sucks. This is stupid. This is why your game has sold 10 million copies. And this is why you have, you know, 6K concurrent. Is because you do this shit. No. Look, man, the one thing that I will say about this channel is that if you come into a discussion with valid points and you're not name calling, I will always 1,000,000,000% have a discussion with anybody about anything. So long as it always stays civil and it's constructive. in some way. We can always agree to not agree, but there's never really a reason to start resorting to being like calling names and shit. That's where stuff stops being constructive. You can 100% disagree with something I say, and as long as you're not bashing me because you don't agree with me, we can always have a discussion. So know that you are safe to do that here. 1,000,000,000%. I don't think enough people are that way. But the point I was trying to make with Phasmophobia was, I'm sure you've heard of the game. It was unlike anything that had ever come out. It was a ghost hunting game, and it took off. And it was a single developer that made the game. One developer created the game, programmed it, released it, and oh yeah. Me too. You know, they had to ship those CDs and even further back the carts, and you know, like it just was what it was. You know, even early PC games, which I was an early adopter PC gamer. I didn't stay that way, but I was an early adopter. And this is back in the mid 80s, man. Like I was one of the few kids that had a PC that could game. And I played games like Wing Commander and A-10 Tank Killer and some other stuff. Like I've been around gaming for a long time. My first console was well, I probably shouldn't say it, but my first console that was ever for me, given to me, was the original Nintendo. The first console I ever played was ColecoVision and Pong, with just 2 dials and a board. So I'm old enough to remember all of that stuff. Sometimes, and then sometimes there's a story like 7 Days to Die that was in early access for like 8 years. But what I didn't know at the time was the company that came out with it isn't the company that ended up releasing it, because it was purchased somewhere in the middle. And when the Fun Pimps took that game over, they revamped everything, and they went through multiple alphas to get to 1.0, which they did last year. Exactly. I think the original Pong predates the 2600, and we may have had a 2600, or maybe my friend had a 2600. I don't remember. I distinctly remember though that the Nintendo, the original NES Super System, I had Rob the Robot and all that good shit, was put on layaway at like Montgomery Ward or JCPenney or something. And we were the only kids on the block that had one, so our house was like the most popular house on the block. I need to sleep for like 2 hours. This way we get back out ahead of the tired meter. But the point I'm making about Phasmophobia was this one developer created the whole game. Wait, you had to buy it twice? See, I've only bought that game once. Of course, I never played it on console, so my experience varies. I think I picked it up back in Alpha 17. I think. At the request of a fellow streamer that was playing it and wanted me to get into it because they thought I'd be good at it. Turns out they're not completely wrong. I learned quite a bit about the game. But I still do too many dumb things. I think I'm playing that tomorrow, actually. But hang on, let me finish this point on Phasmo. So yeah, this one guy, the game was a huge hit, massive hit. because nobody ever seen anything like it, and everybody was having a blast with it, and he got absolutely overwhelmed with the game. What's up? Oh, I stream all the time. Well, I guess I have been taking a little bit here and there. Took a couple of days yesterday was due to computer shit, and the couple of days before the last stream was because of weather. I didn't want to get in the middle of something and lose power. Correct. And so that's, even though I thought that was one of those bad stories about early access, it turns out it was a dub type story. That they were doing the right thing for the right reasons because they loved the game, and then they ended up getting the game to where it is today. Well, but let me tell you a story where that's a pitfall. And again, we're going to finish up with Phasmo. So the guy was overwhelmed, absolutely overwhelmed, because people, you know, were playing his game. They were reporting bugs. He could not keep up with it. And he wasn't sure exactly what he wanted to add. He didn't have a roadmap. And as it turns out, he started going to the big streamers and YouTubers for ideas for the game that weren't what was in the best interest of the game. He had something unique, and they wanted to turn it into something more mainstream. I can't remember the guy's name. Oh, it's Insum. I call it the Insum effect because he ended up getting real chummy with Insum, and Insum chummy with him. And so Insum basically had him make the game in his image, and it ruined it for me and for a lot of other people too. It's not my fault that Insum no-lifed the game, got to level 1000 and said, hey, we need to do this because I'm not having any fun anymore. And so that's kind of the pitfall you can run into as a solo developer. It's a tough world out there, man. Like, honestly. Doesn't matter what you do, even when you try your best, no matter what, you're never going to please everybody. But I think it's better to try to please the mass than the few. All right, we're going to head back inside. This should be cured, man. It had better damn well be cured. We've spent like 6 days in a car. You know the one bear is up. Doesn't appear to be around us, but... And then when Phasmo finally went to 1.0, it had changed so much that I went in once. And the funny part was they put in some side games, right? In kind of like the waiting lobby. And all I wanted to do was sit there and play those and not the actual game. Oh my God, one more day. We're almost there. We're almost there, guys. We're going to get this crafted, and then we're going to go to Coastal. We'll start doing some adventuring. Sorry, I wouldn't usually do it this way, but I did say that was risking it all for a hat, and that's... I want the hat. I do be wanting the hat. And then I met a guy that made a game called Psycho Rain that really never took off. But it turns out that he was literally just doing it as a second job because he wanted to make video games. He just had a love to do it. And my first video was a little bit critical of his game. But he commented on the thing and he was like, yeah, I plan to change this and that. And then he did the patch and he actually DM'd me on Discord and was like, hey, I'd love it if you took another look. And I took another look at it and said, hey, you know, all the things that I wasn't super thrilled about, he kind of took a look at. And for me, it wasn't game-breaking stuff. It was little stuff. Because, you know, like, it's like I told him, I'm like, I'm not trying to change your vision. It's just functionality wise, these things don't work. And he was totally down. He was like, yeah, I get it. I get it. And then when he made them work, I went back and did a much better review of the game. I was like, look, man, the guy did it within a week. He had this thing patched. And these, even Hinterland at this point could have this patched. But they're so hyper-focused on story mode. The reason they're okay, look, this is going to sound really hot take-ish, and maybe it is. The reason they're so hyper-focused on story mode is so they can be done with this game. They don't want to work on this game anymore. They just don't. They want it to be over with, and they want to move on to Black Frost. And I don't think that's really such a hot take. The company probably needs the revenue stream from a new game to, continue to sustain. And I've got no problem with that. But I just wish there was a little more, hey guys, and they have kind of said it to where it's like, our time's come to where we're about done with this. But then to prioritize getting the story mode done so they can be done with the game over fixing game-breaking bugs isn't a good look, in my opinion. I think they could do better than that. That's because there's less red tape. There's no... I think it's important to also remember, because I'm a huge indie game fan. I'm a very big independent developed game fan. I don't play AAA really at all anymore. Aside from, like I said, I'm probably going to go into Red Dead. But like, I could show you guys my Steam library. It's mostly very small indie games. Some games I ended up picking up because people were like, yeah, I'll play it with you, or yeah, we're going to play that game, and then they never played it. Helldivers, huge example. Content Warning, another big example. It looked like so much fun, and yet nobody ever wanted to play it with me. I don't know how much this is going to take, but... Wow, I just happen to have the right things. Okay, so let's, shit. We might be able to get this done in one day, and then we can leave in the morning for Coastal with a new hat. I assume this is going to replace the rabbit hat, and not the balaclava. Yeah, I don't know. I could sit and talk about games and stuff like this all day, man. Like, it's... my gaming journey has been long and extensive. Yeah, I never played that one. But you just... I don't know. I keep seeing all these controversies with these big game studios and shit. And it's like, I'm just not even interested. Like, I haven't played Madden in 15 years. Not interested. Why does it take 11.67 hours? That is so random. $11 hours, 11 and a half hours, not 11.67 hours. That's very, very random. I don't think we're going to be able to get it done today. But we should be able to get it done pretty early in the next morning. We'll get most of it done today. We'll still be able to take off weather permitting tomorrow. We'll sort inventory, put on the new hat. Oh shit, we didn't get it done. No, no, you don't ever have to worry about that here. I don't expect everybody to agree with me, and I hope that people that come in for discussions don't expect me to agree with them all the time. We may have a lot of things we do agree on. That doesn't mean we're going to agree on everything. It's all about how you handle yourself from there. Shit, I'm going to have to pass a couple of hours. All that time passing time, and now we got to pass even more. Yeah, no, look, I'm an older gamer. I've been around a long time. And maybe in my youth, I was a little more rambunctious when it came to defending my positions. But honestly, if you can't sit and have a civil conversation with somebody, what's the damn point? Like, what are you really gaining from that, you know? Wait, okay, it did. I was like, wait, those don't disappear anymore? What? All right, let's finish the hat. Yeah, and I mean, look, what do you really learn from an argument? What is really to be gained from two people sitting and screaming at each other? Yep, it's got to replace the rabbit hat. 4 degrees versus what would be 2 degrees, so wowzers. We could be warmer if we wore other boots and stuff, but God, we look like a dork in that, but man, it's warm. Now, if only we had some different gloves. All right, let's triple check things here. We got enough meat for the journey. We got enough water for the journey. We're a little bit heavy. That's fine. Put some of that in here. So, yeah, that's about all you learn. I don't know, maybe I'm a little too old school for my own good, but I just don't see it as being productive very often. All right, guys, if the weather's good, we're out of here. Watch, we'll pass by and they'll be like, oh, look, it's the moose. We know you're going to leave, but here's the moose. Oh, look, the cougar is here now. Look. We know you want to move on, but no. Now here's the spawns you were looking for. Damn video games. I think everybody's opinion has merit until it doesn't. When you can't see how silly you're being, not necessarily in defending your position, but just as a human being, that's when I disengage. I don't care that we don't agree on everything. I may have at one point. I may have tried to force my will on people. Yes, but even that's kind of finite because, you know, cloth runs out eventually. But we should arrive in Coastal on about day 700. And then maybe we'll do a little fishing over there. We gotta go take stock and see what we've got. I don't even know what we've got over there. I don't remember if we left hides or guts or any of that stuff over there. You know, that's one mechanic I've never really used. I mean, I've gone around and collected stuff, but I've never done it as an ongoing process. Like, I've never tried the beachcombing only thing and all that good stuff. Mostly because I hate Bleak Inlet. This is really shitty weather for us to be traveling, but it feels like it's about to go blizzard any second now, but I can still see quite a bit of draw distance here, so we may try to get at least over to Thompson's. We may not push any further than that, but we're not cold. So we're just kind of getting wet. And see, that may be what it comes down to in the end, is me beachcombing for cloth and shit. So our main save may end up, this save may end up in Coastal as a main. Hard to say. I follow a guy on Twitch. I haven't been a part of his streams recently, but Talon, he sets up. He set up in Coastal Highway and he opened a shop. He had a list of things that he had to have to stock his shop before he could consume things. So, like, had to have so many of each sodas before he could actually drink sodas in his game save. Had to have so many of each canned good before he could consume canned goods in his save. Just kind of a neat concept. Like a personal challenge, I guess. Still no moose. Yeah, we may hang out at Thompson's, although it looks like it's lightening up. The wind ain't blowing as hard. Yeah, see, my feelings on the trader are still kind of up in the air. I haven't dealt with him yet. I haven't seen much of anything that I'm interested in trading for, but I've heard there are some very unique items. So I'm not going to poo-poo on it until I've given it a fair chance. And from what I'm being told, I won't poo-poo on it at all because it's actually pretty good. And like I said, if something's good, I'll call it good. I've got zero issue admitting when something is done well. I do not hate just to hate. All right, you know what? It's lightening up. We're gonna go ahead and make our way. I don't remember if this is an active bear spawn over here. I know we've got 3 active bear spawns in the region because they all come down by the, well, 2 of the 3 come down by the farmhouse and the other one's over there in the birch forest. Well, and you don't have to leave it all in one go, right? Like you can say, okay, well here I'm putting this part of it in, then go back, get the rest of it, and come back. And he doesn't deliver the stuff until you pay for it, but you don't have to have everything in your inventory to do it. And see, flour really the only... here's my problem. Is instead of prioritizing the trader missions, right? And this bug that everybody's talking about that's game breaking, or prioritizing the bug they know about with the furniture workbench disappearing, or other things disappearing. They prioritize saying, nope, spoiled food can't be used in a recipe now. Oh, sorry. YouTube. What I was saying was the thing I find most questionable about this recent patch is that they have these known issues that are pretty much game breaking, like the workbench is disappearing, and this quest line we're going over to go to is broken, and you get hung up at it. And yet they prioritize saying, well, it's our vision that food, if it's ruined, you can't use it as an ingredient. And there's no way to preserve it. To me, that's... what that does is take away from the food, from the recipes and stuff itself. Right, that's my point. So why even bother putting it in there when it's like, well, I'd be better off just eating, like just killing a bear, killing a moose, or killing whatever, cooking it, and then just let it sit there until I need it. Like, what's the motivation to go in and cook all these recipes? Oh, well, now I got to go do trader stuff in order to make this that doesn't really give me much of a benefit. Like, how is that any good additional content? I've said this for ages. Just because you add something as content doesn't make it good. And just because you add a lot of it doesn't make it any better. No Man's Sky is super guilty of this. People defend them going, they do 4 updates a year. And it's like, yeah, but if they're all sucked, then it sucks. Like, they release broken stuff 4 times a year, and it chases off anybody that comes to take a look on day 1. Yeah, but they do it for free. Well, no, they don't, because that's the model they use, because they put the game on sale right before they do an update to get people to purchase the game so that the game has money to function in the future. That's their business model. It's not out of the kindness of their heart that they're putting out free updates. That's their business model. Number 2, if they didn't put out free updates, the game would have died long ago because nobody's paying for the broken DLC they're releasing. It's such a double-edged sword. I just, with Hinterland right now, I'm starting to see that I think, especially after looking at the forums today and seeing some of the other bugs people are experiencing, I think their priorities are a little out of whack. I think they should have fixed because now what they're saying is there probably isn't going to be a hot fix or anything until after the final story mode comes out. Yeah, it's like, well, if you can't use the new content, what good is the new content to you? You can't trade for veggies and shit from the trader? Like I said, I'm brand new to the trader. I'm not even messed with it. All right, so we're going to be pretty heavy coming out of here because we're going to take the time to grab the coal. Hopefully it'll be a full load of coal. I don't think there's any down this way, but we'll look. No, there is one piece. Ooh, ha ha ha. 2 pieces of coal. So potentially at some point you might be able to get more carrots or potatoes. Yeah, to me, it's just a bad design decision. But look, man, it's not my game. And I've got the right to not play it. And unfortunately, at this point in the game's life cycle, I think they're just like, even if people leave, we don't really care at this point. They say all the right things about, you know, we've wanted to bring this to you for years, and I know they have. I believe them a lot more than I believe Hello Games when it comes to shit. Hello Games is literally Sean Murray's coke addiction. It's just what it is. And everybody eats it up like it's the greatest game ever made, and it's like, no, it really isn't at all. It's a fine game, but it does not even remotely deserve the hype that it gets. Not even a little bit. I would never tell somebody if they found it on sale to not try it, because I think it's totally worth that. As far as, you know, enjoyment per hour, it just depends on how you value a dollar and how you value your game dollar. I still think it's got plenty of that, but does it rank among the all-time greats? No. Not even close. But according to the stands, yeah. Yeah, it's the greatest game ever. And if you talk bad about it, we will attack you. Yeah, exactly. And see, that's where I was in a conversation with somebody the other day in the forums, because there was a thread about the game being shallow. And I said, you know, when you release all this stuff and you realize that there's no meat on the bone of this stuff, then as a whole, yes, the game is shallow. You can put out 4 updates a year, and if there's an hour's worth of content to each one of those updates, you've seen it all in an hour, that's shallow. That's really shallow. And these people are like, oh, well, you just don't have an imagination. And it's like, bro, go check my YouTube channel. I got a better imagination than you do, certainly. And see, that's always been my argument when it comes to that game, and that is that HG outkicked their coverage. They went too big, and they can't possibly make all of it interesting. They can't possibly make it all interesting, and that's a shame. Good haul of coal this time. We're pretty damn heavy. Pretty daggum heavy. I ain't been up here for a while, so everything should have had time to respawn. This should take me back to that room. Yeah, it did. Perfect. I could feel myself getting slower as we started picking up coal. It's hilarious. See, I pretty much made my bones covering No Man's Sky. It's the game that basically got me to my monetization level of 1,000 subscribers. And I feel bad abandoning it, but I can't. I can't. The community is toxic as shit. I can't. When something's bad, it needs to be said that it's bad. Otherwise, nothing gets better. When something's good, it should be said that it's good. But it's not an all or nothing scenario. It doesn't have to be one or the other. Things can be good and bad. God, we ain't been to Coastal in ages, boys. Not in ages. Oh shit. Eat. No, there's really no end. The end of the game is death. And succeeding in this game is how long can you survive? So really there is no, like, we're in, if you wanted to call it end game, we're in end game now in this save. We're 700 days in. But there really is, wait a minute. I ate a steak and it did nothing. Was it a partial steak and I just didn't see it? Well, see, and that's why I'd really like to have multiplayer on this. You know, I've played 7 Days to Die with a bunch of people, and some were good teammates, some were not good teammates. As far as overly toxic communities, Rocket League. I played so much of that game, and I just can't anymore. We collected ropes. We collected ropes. We brought things from one, like there's still a bunch of stuff to bring from Far Branch over to the farmhouse. We still got a lot of things that we need to transfer, probably 3 or 4 trips worth of shit. Just loot from the far territories. And also, as I kind of stated in my beginner video, or beginner tips and tricks video, was I tried doing things kind of on a schedule, depending on weather. It's like, hey, this is Monday. Okay, Monday's the day I go out and I pick up branches and get wood. And then on Tuesday, I would say, okay, I need food, so let's go do hunting on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, maybe I would be like, okay, let's check our clothing, repair anything we need to do. Like, I set goals for myself for each day. I got a sneaking suspicion that damn bear is going to be up. We got a ways to walk here, so... And we're really slow because we are ridiculously heavy right now. And we're walking into the wind. Yeah, no, shooters, I used to do them all the time. And then even just solo, like single player FPS games, I just stopped doing them. The multiplayer games for sure I quit doing because I really had a tough time in the heat of the moment discerning whether it was friend or foe. Like a lot of games, it's not clearly marked as to, hey, that's an enemy. Big red sign over their head. Or hey, that's a teammate. Green sign over their head. And everybody looks the same. It's like, okay, well, I'm just done with this. I still think, you know, if something like that, I could still be decent at a first-person shooter. It's just not my forte. I'm more of a survival game player. I like some adventure stuff, but I like crafting and world building, that kind of stuff. 7 Days, I love base building, or horde base building. I love the science behind the pathing when it comes to the hordes, trying to make them go where I want them. Games like Conan Exiles, I love to death because there was so many different mechanics and so many small detail math-oriented things that I could learn. Well, see, that's why I haven't rushed back in. I think it was Saturday we went and finished up Signal Void. We got a lot of Signal Void done in one stream, like all but one tower. We did one tower beforehand, and then we did all the rest of them in one stream, which was cool. But then I was like, man, I don't want to go to zone. I don't want to go into zone. So I've kind of been putting it off because I feel like if you're not into it, it's going to show on the stream, number one, and number two, you're not going to have any fun. So I was like, let's just wait till I'm in a better mindset for it. And then, of course, Sunday and Monday, we had weather bad here in the Midwest. Dune Awakening is going to be a game you'll see a lot on this channel. I got a chance to play in the open weekend beta. And, man, just, I'm really looking forward to that game. The Dune universe means a ton to me personally. And it's good to see a game that a style of game that I like with crafting and building and inside of that universe. I think it's going to be a great time. Not for everybody, but I think it's going to be a really good time. Well, usually my stuff is pretty good. But here recently, the last couple of big storms we had come through have flashed the power a couple of times. And I didn't want to be in the middle of something and then get, not only stream get dead, but then, be stuck somewhere in the game in the middle of whatever. Dune, as in like the movies that what's his name, Timothée Chalamet is in with Zendaya. Dune. Sandworms and stuff like that. Although a Doom game with crafting would be amazing. Craft yourself super high-end weapons. That'd be really cool. Now, I'm 99% sure that Dune Awakening is available on consoles. Well, it's not available yet. I think it's June 11th. But I think it's releasing on all consoles, and it is cross-plat. I was lucky enough to play the beta weekend, and me and a couple of friends on the second day of that got together, and co-op was nice. There was, communication factor of how to do things. Like, it was just a good time, and you guys will see a lot of that in this channel. I didn't pay as much money as I paid for the Ultimate Edition to not play that game. Come on, Wind. Jeez. I kind of want to get in here and maybe we'll look around real quick. And maybe we'll head straight to Desolation to try to make the knife. The one word of caution I'll give you for Dune Awakening is it is Funcom, who is the developer, and so a lot of people have had a lot of problems with Conan Exiles. It's the same developer. And it doesn't look like it's a one-for-one knockoff or anything, and they just changed the environments. There's a lot of different mechanics. But, yeah, the game looks great. But still, buyer beware. Not for everybody by any stretch. See, I was never a WoW player. I never tried it. It looks like something I could very much get into, but not all that interested. Oh my God. How much coal do we have here? Okay. We got a lot. Got a lot of fish. Holy shit. This was all just sitting outside, and now it's... Ah, whatever. And here we are. Coastal Highway. I knew we didn't bring everything home. There's a wolf pelt. Looks like a bear pelt. More wolf pelts. Some rabbit. A rabbit. Okay, we got some stuff here. Could be worse. Where is the lost and found box for in here? Right there. Let's see what's in this. Lots of guts mostly. And a couple of things for cloth. Damn, man, we got some boiled water waiting for us. A couple of cooking pots. We're doing great. All right, we're moderately heavy now. Okay, so here's a bug right there. Yeah, we left stuff here. Good to know. That is sunk halfway into the underframe or the wire mesh. And we got a reasonable amount of stuff we can tear up for more cloth. Okay, we're fine. Let's see what we got outside. Wolf meat. Don't have much cooked, looks like. Well, we got a whole bunch of bear meat here. We aren't going to have much of anything over at Desolation. But we've got plenty of metal. We can make plenty of hooks. And we got plenty of guts. We can make plenty of line. So that'll be good. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty solid here. Not a lot for arrows and shit, but that's fine. God, it would take 4 or 5 trips from there to here just to get everything back over to Coastal. I think I could pretty comfortably main base here. We're about 5 kilos heavy. We're about to be a little bit less than that because we're going to eat. Although we are going to go ahead and pick up a few more steaks that are ruined with some more calories to them. Shall we just go ahead and try to make it to... Maybe we can at least make it to that basement in the transition. We're not that slow, it's just the wind's blowing at our freaking cranium here. Alright, so it looks like there's no cougar in this region right now. Is it 30 days per region, or is it just 30 days to trigger cougar spawning? Maybe we ought to sleep. No, you know what? We'd be doing great if it wasn't for the fucking wind. Let's just keep moving. We're going to turn here in a second. Maybe that'll help. This is where I wish I'd had the cut the wind perk. See, some people had a lot of issues on Conan, and some people didn't. Just looking to see if our bear spawn is up over there or not. Couple wolves on the ice. Yeah, that's fair. I wasn't sure. Like I said, with the update, I didn't go out on day one and come in and because I as soon as I saw where everything was at, I'm like, I'm just not even going to bother logging in right now. I was pretty disappointed that I couldn't finish the Tales, but again, I did it to myself. It's not like the developers screwed me or anything. I took the ropes and I can't put them back now. Some places we just can't get to. Unless, of course, at some point they finally decide to open up the tunnel from Mountain Town to Blackrock, which would be amazing. Like maybe throw dynamite in here and you can clear the path. That'd be cool. All right, so we're going to go to the Riken. We're going to craft this this knife, maybe 2 of them, depending on how much fuel we've got and all that good stuff. And then we're going to come back to Coastal, and that'll probably be it for the night. Tomorrow, we're going to start my very first 1.0 or 1.4 7 Days to Die, because it's something I'll probably start early so that we can get a Horde night in. I'll eat early tomorrow so that I don't get hungry about this time. Ugh. Tired, I can fight off. Hungry, it's like, yeah, I'm hungry. And honestly, things went really well tonight. I after the first experience with the Cougar, I thought, okay, this is a way overpowered beast. And now it's like, if you take your precautions, he's not that bad. And I've got footage. I'll probably download this VOD. And I may put out a short video really soon on my Cougar experiences. And the different things that we tried tonight that you could do. Well, I'm Central Time, and I would assume I may try to go live about 3 p.m. But, you know, with 7 days, it's mostly just looting and scooting for the first few days and a little bit of building. It doesn't really get interesting till you get up against the wall of day 6 and day 7 where you get a horde. And I have not experienced any of the since it went full release. It's not that I haven't had time, I just haven't really had a desire. But we got to talking about it the other day, and I'm like, damn, I really do miss playing that game. I miss building horde bases that are fun. I've got a new design that I think I want to try out for did I miss it? No. Okay. That's coming up here is where that is. I'm looking forward to it. I've got a... Typically, that's what I do. I go ahead and do the full time. Because as a solo player, I feel like you kind of need that time to loot. Get yourself in a good position and be able to collect the stuff to build a solid first horde base. I've got a design that works pretty much every time. It's just it's a melee and light arms base that will basically get you through maybe even sometimes day 21 before you need to revamp your design. But I kind of want to try this new design I've got in my head. It's what I'm going to call a four corner style base. And I think I'm going to use horizontal doors and 4 pathways up to a small location where I can melee and or small arms with trapdoors. Well, we were talking the other night about creators like Glock 9 and how I found him through Neebs Gaming. And, yeah, just the creativity and stuff, it inspires you to want to do it. I don't watch Glock all the time, but, you know, he's a good creator. He really is. You know, honest to goodness here, we don't have to stop at the basement. I think we can press on. We're not moving that slow. We're only 3/4 tired. Have I never checked this car? It's been searched. But I've got this idea in my head for a 4-path base. But my very first gaming videos on this channel, actually my very first videos, period, were all Glock 9 challenge videos. He did the 5x5 challenge. I put out, I think, 3 of those. He did the 2-hour challenge, which is... you literally start with 2 hours game time at a random POI, and you get certain things to upgrade it and come up with a plan, but you've only got 2 hours game time to make it happen. And the first time I failed, the second time I succeeded. If you guys want to go back and watch those, they're on the channel. I'm sorry that it's cringeworthy content and the quality's not that good, but I've upgraded since. Equipment-wise. The concepts are pretty solid. I mean, I went full-ass overkill on the 5x5. I could AFK the 5x5, no problem. Even on max settings, I was AFKing. I did an AFK melee base only on the 5x5 challenge. I think that was the 3rd attempt. And I didn't fail any one of those attempts. Not that I'm some god's gift to, to 7 Days to Die or anything, but I think the concepts I use in bases are pretty solid. Well, and that's why it's all still up. There's only one series that I've ever pulled down, and that was Minecraft. Was because while I enjoyed it, it just wasn't very good content. It was stuff that had been covered hundreds of times, and people had done it so much better than me. But that was at a time when my mom was getting really, really sick, and she ended up passing away in the middle of that series. And I did a kind of emotional stream where I didn't talk the entire stream, where I just went and built a mob spawner. And it just all came off a little weird for me, and I ended up pulling that series down. Not that I'm ashamed of the content, it's just, I don't know, times change, things change. I don't need this, so we're going to leave this for the time coming back. Now, the real question is, do I remember how to get through here? I have not been this way in a month of Sundays. Because we came over here real early in the game to forge. Real early. But yeah, I don't know. I make stuff because I enjoy doing it. I've slowly fallen in love with the idea of shooting videos and putting points together and making it all make sense, and then the editing of it. That's the stuff I enjoy. Plus, I do enjoy helping people. I know it sounds really corny, but it is true. It is 1,000,000,000% true. I always want to try to be helpful. Sometimes maybe I'm better at it than other times, but I always want to try to be helpful. All right, can we make the Riken? God, I haven't been over here in so long. I think we had some things established over here at the Riken. I don't believe we brought everything. We're going to need to be careful about this. We may need to hunt a deer or something just to make sure we get enough meat. We got a couple of cooking pots, so it's not a big deal. And we'll have to watch out for the pesky-ass bear. I don't see why we have to go to a forge to craft. Well, I guess the improvised tools, you got to go craft at a forge as well, so I kind of understand. In fairness, at least that's somewhat consistent. I'm not even completely sure what I'm having for dinner tonight. I'm gonna have to go look around. Last night I went out and made some macaroni and cheese. Haven't had that in a while, and it was delicious. I try to actually cook on the weekends. That way we've got some leftovers going into Monday, Tuesday. Sometimes Wednesday if it's a big meal that I made on Sunday. Yeah, we might go look at that. We got to get over to the Riken and see what I left behind. This is one of those situations where present Jay doesn't know what past Jay did. I honestly don't remember what I left. Because we're going to have to come back through here fairly quickly, I think we'll go ahead and deal with old Wolfie here. Last time I was here was where I realized they started doing some different... Oh, wow. Chicken shit. They started doing some different pathing with the wolves. I mean, honest to God, there is no wolf in the world that would zigzag path to you in real life. They would 1,000,000,000% straight line at you. So I kind of don't understand why that's a thing, but... The good news is I'm learning on the new saves to be better to future me. Damn. killed him. Well, based on what I'd seen from his videos, I'd never really done it, but I have started in that new save, and we will get back to the new save. I've started taking notes of things that I'm leaving behind, but that base, or that run, is more set up to be a regional run base. Like, where if we just want to go to a different region for a few days, we can do that. I probably should have harvested old Wolf Boy over there. And I don't know that we've got any food. Thought we just caught first signs of past me here, but just a couple of rocks. I didn't look to see how many hours. Does it tell you in the crafting menu? Oh, it's okay. We're not going to have too much trouble with food, I don't think. Well, you can space it, though. Why am I hearing weird shit? You can do spaces and then titles and subtitles and things like that. What the hell is that? Oh my god, it's the moose. Well, boys, I don't think food's going to be a problem. Of course, we got nowhere to hunt him from. And we don't have our ballistic vest on. We would be taking some risks there. I wouldn't hate getting a pelt to bring back eventually for Pleasant Valley. The idea here is to get in and out. So maybe a deer would be a better thing to hunt. Yeah, I probably could get ran around him, but look, I don't want to take too many chances. Because I'd prefer to travel. I'm fairly well known for being an idiot sometimes. And doing things without thinking them through. Let's go see what we left. I didn't see any food outside, so I don't think we've got any food here. We left fuel and a heavy hammer. Okay. Well, that could have gone worse then. We brought another one, and we're going to drop it because we need to shed some weight anyhow. Pretty tired, pretty thirsty, pretty hungry. Let's, we'll make our decision later. Because we were probably down to... Oh, we've got a little bit of food. We're not in as bad a shape as I thought. I think we're fine. Plenty of water. I think we're fine. Could go out and try to get an Aurora moose. Just kidding. I'd hate to waste the ammo for just a pelt. So I think we'll probably just wait. I thought we were a little bit lighter on food than that. Yeah, but future me's not coming back here again. Past me would never have known they were going to put the cougar in and you were going to be able to craft a knife at the forge. That's the only reason we're in the situation we're in now. Oh, no, shit. Fuck, I can't fail either. That sucks. All right, what I need... Fuck, I don't have a hacksaw. I need scrap metal. I need 3 more pieces of... Well, I don't even have the cure. We're just going to make 1 knife. That's fine. I have enough to make 2. Let's just do this and then get out of here. Let's just head home. As soon as we hit that 150 temp, let's just go. We'll craft up our thing, call it good. What? Fucking game. Oh, shit. Shit. Crap. Crap sticks. Did you guys catch the mistake? I made a big mistake there. I made a pretty sizable mistake there. Maybe y'all didn't catch it. But I left my lantern running while I crafted. And now all my fucking lantern fuel's about gone. Oops. And we've got to negotiate at least 1 cave. I guess we can stop by the lighthouse. Just to see if we can find a little lantern fuel to get us home. That was an oopsie. Moose is gone anyway, guys. Nope. Wow, he just sprung back in. Holy spawn, Batman. We don't need him. I don't remember leaving anything behind, but Don't need that either. Yep, it was a honest mistake, but it was a mistake nonetheless because I just didn't think about it before I did it. These are the kind of mistakes that I make that keep me playing on Voyager. That would absolutely be run enders sometimes. On higher difficulties. Because we don't have any flares over here. I can use matches to get through. It's not like we can't get back home. It's just, that was a waste of fuel. Yeah, we could do that. Maybe past me said, no, I don't need to take that little half a liter of lantern fuel. Maybe past me was a smart me. Gonna do a quick cursory look, and if we don't see what we're looking for, then we are outie. And I've got a sneaking suspicion we ain't gonna find what we're looking for. A few little pieces of cloth and stuff. Yeah, I don't think so. Film. Oh well, we've got plenty of matches. I will just triple check up here. For the view. But I am almost certain we didn't leave anything behind that would resemble lantern fuel. And we didn't. Alright, well. Shit happens, I guess. Just small little lapses of judgment. That's all it takes sometimes, and it's not like this one's gonna kill us or anything, but you know, there are some repercussions. You know, we may just sleep here. We're not all that tired. I really don't want to sleep here. It's just getting late in the day already. Ugh, that's stinky McBooger balls. All right. Oh well. Oh, nope, wrong way. You know what? Yes. I don't know if there's anything in it. I can't. I'd have to carry two because this is my good lantern. I'm not dropping this one. This is the Spelunker. Well, it's got some in it. We'll take it for now. We'll take it for now. Good call. Thank you, Ease. All right, back to Coastal. And I think that's where we're going to call it for tonight. It'll be a 4-hour stream. That's not bad. Tomorrow will be longer. I'm very much looking forward to 7 days. It's been a long time. That wasn't a bad shot. That was actually a pretty okie dokie shot. I don't know what to expect. It's been a while. I may die a few times in the beginning, just kind of getting used to everything again. But I am looking forward to it. I think it'll be a good time. And it'll break up, you know, to where I'm not just constantly doing the one game. Because I still feel like variety is the spice of life. And another idea I had for a stream, well, for several streams, if we wanted to keep going on 7 Days to Die, was literally just creative mode base builds that we go in and run hordes on. Like different concepts and different things that I've thought of and different things that I've done. And maybe just do building streams some nights, and then other nights we'll go and run them. Maybe we'll do 2 or 3 different hordes in a night. And then try to improve the design, and there could even be videos there. I don't know. I know my time is going to get a lot more limited when Dune comes out, so... But I've yet to find really anybody that really talks too much about, other than maybe Guns, Nerds, and Steel, about why a design is done the way it's done and how it works. But I love talking about methodology and that kind of stuff, so there's always that. I don't really have time to dig around here. I wanted to explore a little bit, make sure I got all the coal. It seemed like there was a lot more than this coming in. We picked up 1 damn piece. Never have too much fuel. Never ever have too much fuel. Wow, an unsearched backpack. We don't see that every day on this save. Hopefully we can get back to Quonset with no issues and call it good. I'm a hungry boy. I could use some food. I'm sure little baby Bella probably could use a potty trip as well. Off we get. Back to Coastal. Really weird. I didn't see any predators over here at all. I mean, I'm going to put the gun back up just to make sure, but... maybe if I can get another wabbit, we'll try another wabbit. Do 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 do. Oh, the music stopped. Why did the music stop? Why has the music stopped? Thought it seemed awful quiet. I knew I turned it down from when we were talking to the trader, but off is a whole nother level of quiet. Just for shits and grins. We'll look at this real quick. Ah, look what we found. Ain't much in it, but we did find one. We found two, and neither one of them have got shit. Oh well. Better than nothing. Better than nothing. This will lighten us up a little bit. Not that we're super heavy or nothing, but... It is getting a little bit late in the day. All in all, tonight was a pretty resounding success. We got the hat. We killed 2 cougars. I think my fear of them is now gone. What more can you really ask for? I think it was a good good experience today. We'll look at the trader stuff in the next stream for this save, which may be a little while away. I don't know. We'll see. Because at some point I would like to get back and get the new save going to ZOC, get that out of the way. Of course, 7 days tomorrow. Potentially next week, I wouldn't mind starting a playthrough of Red Dead 2. I'm trying to get some things done before. Oh, we got the knife, we got the hat. I'm trying to get some things done prior to us starting in on Dune, because I'm sure that's gonna occupy a lot of time, at least for the first couple of weeks, and then we'll kind of supplement that, you know what I mean, like with some other stuff. But I'm gonna have to be dedicated to get that character built up and all that good stuff. Yeah, you would think it would have a little more. I guess it's kind of in line with the wolves. The wolves are usually what, like 4 to 6 kilos? Somewhere in that neighborhood anyway. I wouldn't expect it to be a long-term food source. It's mostly there for the wrap and the knife. Yeah, the next time we come into this save, we will likely do some trader stuff. See how that goes. Come a long way from the other night where we died because of stupidity. We could have lost it all. Well, I mean, honestly, I think the biggest bear is up out there. You can just barely see him right in the center of the screen. I don't know if you can make that out in the shadows, guys, but that's the bear. See that deer? He's just to the right of that. We don't need him right now. We've got plenty of bear meat over here to cook. But I mean, you're getting the wrap and you're getting the knife, and I guess that's the big reward for it. And you get a little bit of food. Let's be honest here. Like, in real life, you probably wouldn't eat a wolf. You know? You probably wouldn't eat a cougar. Now, if you had nothing else, of course you would. But you probably wouldn't if you had other options. Which is why it's so silly for them to say, oh, bear meat, you can't eat that, it'll give you parasites. It's like, man, bullshit. People eat bear meat all the fucking time. People go hunting specifically for bear to eat the meat. Gets people in, you know, like very cold places where bears are very plentiful. It gets them through the winter. That and like caribou and moose. That's all stuff they eat. It doesn't give them intestinal parasites. Wow, beautiful. Look how gorgeous that is. Just with the shadow of the mountains and stuff in the background, that's really pretty. I suppose next time we come in, we'll dick around here with the trader a little bit and we'll figure it out, and then see if we're going to get that bug that everybody's talking about. We might not. Hard to say. And then, yeah, I don't see us ever really coming back to this save again. Honestly. Don't know why I would. But if I get the opportunity tomorrow, I'll work on a really short cougar video and my initial thoughts and how we managed to take him down on the difficulty we did and why we were trying the things we were trying. But I think that's going to do it for me tonight, guys. I'm going to go to the end screen. Yeah, just a little over 4 hours today. That's fine. Tomorrow would be longer. I will probably make something big to eat for everybody early in the day, and I'm going to try to go live between 2 and 3. And that way we get a horde night by, 9, or we'd be building up to horde night right now is what the case would be. If I start at 3 o'clock, we'd be building up towards horde night right now. So hopefully you guys liked tonight. We did exactly what we set out to do the other day, but we finally got it done today. And we got the hat. We killed a couple of cougars. And it was a good time. Once again, tomorrow we're going to be doing 7 Days to Die. Probably around 2 or 3 o'clock. It just depends on when I get my happy ass around. Make sure I get fed and watered and all that good stuff. Make sure the dog's in good shape. Because we're going to go until we hit at least one horde tomorrow. So I'm looking forward to it. But until next time, guys, thanks for watching. See you tomorrow.